the bank. Because banks don't make any houses, they don't make any cars, they don't make any furniture. All they are literally doing is they are basically getting money from you, they're borrowing money from you, they pay you a small interest rate, and they lend it out for a higher interest rate to somebody who wants to buy a home, a car, a business, whatever it is. So bank is in the business of taking your money and lending it out. By definition, Islamically, you cannot profit from buying and selling of money because that becomes riba. So just by the definition of how banks operate, we cannot deal with them because they're in the business of buying and selling money. So from a Sharia perspective, the process has to be what? There has to be a product involved. Without a product, there is no Islamic financing. So you have to identify the product first. What is the product we are looking to buy and sell? That product can be a house, it can be a car, it can be machinery, it can be equipment, it could be land, it could be a building. That doesn't matter. What matters is what is the product. Once you figure out what the product is, then you can agree to buy and sell at a price, and you can profit from the transaction. How much it's costing you to build the product, to buy the product, whatever it is, plus a profit, and now you can sell it in monthly installments over time. If it's a house, it could be 30 years. If it's a car, it can be 5 years. That's determined by you and us. What are we agreeing to buy and sell the product for? So again, difference in the process. With the bank, you're buying and selling money, and the interest you're paying the bank or you are getting it, that becomes haram, is riba. But at the end of the day, if you do correctly from a Sharia perspective, a product has to be involved. You have to first identify the product, and then you can agree to what the price of the product will be to sell the product and profit from it. So Islam allows you to do a trade-based transaction, but Islam doesn't allow you to make money on it loan-based, interest-based transaction. Paperwork is different also, because for the bank, it's a promissory note. You're promising to pay the money back plus interest. So it's a one-sided note. You're promising to pay Bank of America 5% interest rate, and then you sign at the bottom that I will pay that. If I don't pay, then there will be consequences. Whether they'll take the product back, or they'll take the house back, or foreclose, whatever. But there are consequences. But at the end of the day, it's a loan-based promissory note. With us, the program we use to buy a house, I'm going to focus mostly on our partnership program today, which is called Musharaka, which means partnership. We basically come together and we buy the house with you in a partnership. So our paperwork with you is not a promissory note, but it is a partnership contract. We both, you and us, are becoming partners to buy the house from this brother. This brother is selling the house for $100,000. What is your name, brother? Ziyad. So brother Ziyad comes and says, okay, brother Ijaz, I want to partner with you and I'm looking to buy a house. Okay, brother Ziyad, we're looking to make sure that you have income, your credit is not bad, you can put some down payment. So brother Ziyad says I can put 10% down payment. So let's example, we are buying a $100,000 property. Using an example, I know in LA area there's no $100,000 properties, I get that. But I'm just talking about example here now. So this brother is selling his condo for $100,000. The condo, let's say, has 10 rooms. Brother Ziyad and UIF combined together as partners to buy this brother's condo for $100,000. Now, if brother Ziyad is putting 10% down, he's putting $10,000 down towards the condo. UIF is putting the $90,000. So we give this brother $100,000, Ziyad pays $10,000, we put $90,000, we buy the home together for $100,000 from brother Ziyad. Let's assume if the house has total of 10 rooms, including bathroom, kitchen, etc. Technically, brother Ziyad only owns 1 room in the beginning. We own the 9 rooms. But his family is using all the 9 rooms that we own also. We're not living in the house with him. So he is paying us a rent, that's our profit, to use our share in the house. And at the same time, our agreement is what? He's going to buy us out 1 room at a time from us, and over time, he's going to completely buy us out. Okay, so it becomes like a rent-to-own model. It starts as a partnership, but it's a rent-to-own model because our goal is not to live in this house, or our goal is not to benefit from the appreciation of the house. Appreciation is all of brother Ziyad's. If the home value goes from $100 to $1 million tomorrow, we're not sharing in the appreciation. Our profit is the rent portion we agree upon upfront with brother Ziyad, what we're going to make. Appreciation, he's going to benefit from it. So it's a partnership that is a rent-to-own model. So brother Ziyad is now paying us rent for the 9 rooms. At the same time, he keeps buying 1 room at a time. As he buys one room at a time, we call it acquisition, acquiring. As he's acquiring the property from us, his ownership in the house keeps increasing, our ownership in the property keeps decreasing, and over time he's going to completely buy us out. Now, but the Ziyad doesn't have to pay us the full profit. Let's say, for example, this home we bought for $100,000, where he put 10,000, we put 90,000. We tell him, brother Ziyad, we're going to sell you this house for 120,000, payable over 10 years. 90,000 is our investment, 30,000 is our profit. You're going to pay us over 10 years. Now, if he goes to a bank, he might pay the same amount of interest, $30,000 over 10 years. But it's a loan and he's paying interest. With us, we're collecting it in the form of a rent because we own a share in the property, basically. So he's buying us out over time. So, but Brother Ziyad doesn't have to pay the full 30,000 in profit if he wants to sell the house in 1 year. Let's say after 1 year he got the money. He wants to buy us out. From 90,000, he has paid us 10,000 already. 80,000 is left. Brother Ziyad comes to us after 1 year and says, I want to buy you out. He only pays us the $80,000 and we forgive the future profits. So he pays profit prorated for as long as he's living in the house up to the day. So you don't have to pay the full profit. You only pay profit until you're living in the house. So it basically, so let's say after 1 year he comes and he says, I want to buy you out. We will say, brother, okay, from 90,000, our share is $80,000. From the 30,000 profit, you've paid us, let's say 10,000, 20,000 is left. We forgive the 20,000. You only will pay us the $80,000 and we're done. Property is yours, we're done. So there is no prepayment penalty with us. You pay profit until you're in the house. So that is how we share profits in terms of where he, Brother Ziyad will take the appreciation, we collect the rent. That's our profit portion. Now, what happens in case of a loss, for example, in this situation? Because we are using the musharaka, the partnership model of financing. If you cannot make payments, then we will give you time. So we do not look at market value. If you do a contract for 10 years, for 20 years, for 30 years, property value will be going up and down over 10, 20, 30 years. We're not concerned about that. We're not watching the markets, what is happening. But if, let's say, Brother Ziyad comes to us after 2 years and says, I cannot make payments, we will say, okay, fine, Brother Ziyad, we'll try to work something out with you. There are federal laws, state laws that come into play in these things. But during COVID, the government got involved and they said you have to do mandatory moratoriums, etc. So that can happen as well. But in general, what happens is, if you cannot make payments, we will typically give you up to a year to get back on your feet. So whether we stop the payments or we lower the payments, whatever, we work with you. But even if after a year you cannot make payments, we will say, Brother Ziyad, sell the property. Our share in the house from 90 is down to $80,000. You can sell it for whatever you sell it for. Give us back our 80. We'll forgive the future profits. If, for example, now he says, okay, fine, the home sells for 100, 110, he'll just pay the $80,000. But if the property value has gone down from 100 to 70, now in that case, because it's a musharaka partnership, we will not come after that. We will forgive it. We will walk away. Banks can come after you because it's a promissory note and a loan you've signed, basically. So, alhamdulillah, with the history of our company, we haven't had a foreclosure yet. We've been doing it for almost 15 years plus now because we've been able to keep people in the homes and work things out. But the idea main is to be fair with your partner. We want to treat the partner fairly. We tell them the rules up front, how things work. So that way you know how the program works up front before signing the contract with us. Let me stop right there. Any questions? And I'll do more of a Q&A with you guys and I'll answer more questions as the top questions come up, inshallah. So just the basics of the program is, difference is what? Between Islamic financing and bank financing. Process, banks are buying and selling money because that's what they do, that's their business. That's haram, you cannot do that from a Sharia perspective. We, Islamic financing, in the business of buying and selling products. Has to be a house, has to be a car, has to be a product that we can buy and then we can sell to you with a profit added on. And that's a halal way of making the profit. And then you go from there. Any questions? If not, I'll keep moving on with the presentation. Yes, brother. Okay. Okay. So, brother's question is a very valid question. This is a question I get all the time about, brother, but rather, a question is about, he's saying, but you get the money from the bank and you give it to us, or you're getting it from the government. Brother, you're making a very big assumption about where we're getting the money from, because I'm going to explain to you that. And I want you and everybody here to go and clarify that with your family and friends, what I'm going to tell you now. Because our community doesn't know. They hear something from this person, that person. So let me explain to you the logic behind it, right? Number one most important thing about this is because we are buying and selling, our transaction is based on buying and selling. From a Sharia perspective, you are responsible for your source of money, we are for our source of money. If tomorrow you sell your car and John Smith comes and buys your car, do you ask John Smith, John, where did you get the money from? I want to know exactly where your money is coming from. Is it halal? Is it haram? It's irrelevant to you. You are selling a car, you are getting the money for the car. You sell your house tomorrow. Robert Jones comes and buys your house. Whether he's getting a loan to buy your house or he's paying cash to buy the house or where he's working, it's irrelevant to you. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala will not ask you where Robert Jones' money came from, Bob Smith money came from. He's going to ask you about your source of money. Okay? Similarly, when we are selling you our portion of the house, it's a buy-sell, we don't even ask you, is your income all halal? Where did you get the money from? It's not important. You will answer for yourself, we answer for ourselves. So in a buy-sell transaction, that question is not even relevant because you're buying a product from us. But having said that, this is another part I want to explain to you. The initial money we have, the 90,000 I told Brother Ziyad, we raised from the community. So you can invest with us. That's one reason I'm asking you today from here also, is we want you to invest with us because we want to use that money to help people buy homes, buy cars, etc. We're not going to ask you where your money is coming from, is it halal. It's not important to us. You are only investing the money with us so we can invest in halal programs and services for the community basically. You answer for yourself, we answer for ourselves, people who come to us, they answer for themselves. So the initial capital we raise from the community, and I want you to invest with us because we need the capital because we have more programs coming out now. But what we do is once we have the deal done, Brother Ziyad put 10,000, we put $90,000. We cannot sit on this contract, money tied up for 10 years. We have to sell our share to somebody so we can get the money back, so we can finance more properties. So right now, only 2 entities are buying Islamic contracts from the US. And their names are Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae. Okay? These are government entities. They don't lend money to anybody. They will, even if Chase or Bank of America goes, they don't lend them money. But what they do is they buy. Their job, just like Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, these are government entities to make home financing easy in America. So Freddie Mac, Fannie Mae, they don't lend money to anybody, but they will buy a contract. So they buy loans from the banks. They are buying Islamic contracts. They agreed to buy. First, Freddie Mac agreed to buy back in 2000. Finally, Fannie Mae agreed to buy in 2017 after seeing what an amazing job the Muslim community has done in paying back. Fannie Mae first said they don't want to deal with us, Islamic financing. But anyways, so now Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae both are buying Islamic contracts and you don't deal with them. I'm telling you this because I want everybody to know this is how it happens, but you only deal with us. You make payments to UIF, you call us if there's a problem, but when you get the money to us, we will forward to them because now we have to sell the contract to them. So this $90,000 contract, we will sell it for $95,000. $5,000 comes back immediately so we can pay our bills, we can do what we have to do. But over time, when you keep making $1,000 payments, we keep forwarding, the government will end up making $120,000 over the next 30 years. So, you can deal with non-Muslims, but how are you dealing with them? If we borrow money from a bank, it's haram for us also. Why would we do haram over here to do halal over here? But the difference is, we are selling a product. If I'm selling halal zabiya chicken, whether Muslim or non-Muslim buys my chicken, the product doesn't become haram. I'm making a profit from selling a chicken, halal chicken. Similarly, our contracts are based on a home ownership. We can sell to you, we can sell to you, we can sell to you, we can sell to Freddie Mac. Anybody who wants to buy Islamic contract, they do it. So please clarify with the community, and you can go research this. Type in Freddie Mac, Fannie Mae. They don't lend money to anybody. They buy loans, they buy Islamic contracts. So initial capital is our capital. We use that to fund the deal, and then later we can sell our share of the house to somebody else. So this is very important for a community to know that. I was in Dubai last year. I met with maybe 10 different Islamic banks and private equity Islamic groups over there. Nobody wants to invest in America because here, when we are charging 4-5% rate of return, over there they're charging 10-12%. Money is not coming from overseas to the United States. So we have to deal with our choice is only Freddie Mac, Fannie Mae. That is why now we're trying to raise capital from the community so we can have money to offer auto financing and other programs we're trying to do. So Muslims can help Muslims grow, inshallah. But that is the long answer to the question, but it's very important to understand that. So first, relationship. It's a buy-sell. You for yourself, we for ourselves. But then, initial capital as own, but then when we can sell our piece of the house to another investor, but our customers don't deal with them. They only will deal with UIF. That's how the process works, inshallah.
You said your share to Tanya, you still have control of the house, or who has control?
So brother's follow-up question has to do, I'm repeating the question so everybody can hear. Brother's follow-up question is about the same question I just covered. He said, but once UIF sells the property, our share to the Freddie Fannie, how does it work? Whether Freddie Fannie doesn't want to deal with the end customer. That's not their job. Whether Chase sends to them or Bank of America, they don't want to deal with the final customer. That's not their job. So Freddie Fannie will tell us, you need to manage your customers. You need to collect their payments. You need to pay the property tax. You need to do everything. You just send us our share of the money to us. So we are always in charge. The contract does not change. You always call us for everything.
Payments, is it like based on percentage, or is it based on something I agree with you guys about it?
The question brother is asking, very good question, about the payment. I'm going to broaden the question a little bit more. How do we calculate the profit? How do we set the monthly payment? It's part of your question. The way we do it, brother, number one thing we are looking for is our program is partnership rent to own. But the rents are different from California to Florida to Illinois to Texas. Every market is different. We don't worry about local rental values because we are the ones setting our profit, our rent. So we tell you up front, our rent today, our profit percentage today will be, for example, 6%. How we set that? We are looking to see what the markets are doing. We are also looking to know, we also know how much Freddie Mac, Fannie Mae will be willing to pay for this contract. Because at the end of the day, the investors have to also have input in this. So the rent calculation depends on two factors. One is competitiveness. Because if you come to us and we quote you 6% 30-year contract, if you go to Chase, for example, they tell you 5%, then you will go to Chase. People will be like, yeah, I know Islamic is important, but I want to. So our job is to make sure we are competitive with the other banks out there. So our goal is offer you a Sharia product without you having to pay more for Islamic financing. Okay? So that rent portion is fixed based on the market conditions. So as market conditions go up and down, our profit calculation will change because our investment requirements are changing. If you tell us you have $10 million to give us, invest with us, and you tell us, just charge every Muslim, I'm doing free sabilillah. I have $10 million, I want to give towards Islamic financing causes. I will only charge 1%. As long as the Muslim brother or sister can say Surah Fatiha, approve them. We can do that. It's your money. You can set the criteria, whether you want to do Surah Fatiha, 1%, we can do that. But we don't have any investors who are willing to give money at 1% in Surah Fatiha, right? Market depends on what the market conditions are. So we have to match the investor considerations. We have to see what the market is charging. So we are competitive. And based on that, we set up a monthly payment. Payment also depends on your credit. If this brother's credit is very, very good, yours is bad, he'll pay a lower rate because for us it's a less risky contract for us. So if he's putting 20% down, you're putting 5% down. More risky. So credit, down payment, these also factors come in. That's why when somebody tells me, oh, I went to Islamic financing, I heard my rate was 6%, but my friend got 5%. Well, we don't know what your friend's credit is, how much down payment your friend did. Every situation is different. But our goal at the end of the day is to be competitive, and we don't want Muslims to go to a riba organization if there is a simpler solution to come to us, inshallah. Okay? Yes, brother.
Does UIF have a program which the government offers, the down payment assistance?
Brother's question is about a down payment assistance program that UIF offers. Yes, we have one program. It is through the government. This program, and a couple of things I'm going to tell before I go forward. This program today was, thank you to the Masjid board allowing us to do the presentation, number one. Jazakallah khair for that. Number two, before you leave, Sister Amina Owais is the sister who helped organize the event. Before you leave today, I have her information on here. Please take a picture of her card. It's a scan code. It's her information here. Go ahead and take that picture. That way you can reach out to her. She will help you individually, your individual. I don't work with individual customers, so she will help you. Also, I have Brother Khalid over there. Brother Khalid, raise your hand if you don't mind. Brother Khalid also, he's from Orange County area here. He came to visit me, so I told him to join me for the presentation. He's also here if you want to talk to him before you leave, because he can answer some of your questions, inshallah, as well. But Sister Amina or him, but take information, but they can help you. They can both help you with this government program, but this program, brother, is, there are two things. There is a down payment program at a federal level, and then some states and cities have their own down payment programs. We have to look at that. If that program they're offering is some sort of a loan-based, we will not be able to do it because it violates the Sharia, because we cannot be involved in our Sharia program and then a down payment loan program. But if it's a program where it is not loan-based, where they're giving you assistance, where the money is yours, then we can work with you. So every state have different programs. I don't think in California we have a program, right, Khalid? No down payment assistance. I mean, Minnesota market, they're giving up to $10,000. There's a big Somali community in Minnesota, so they went and talked to the regulators and stuff like that. So they are able to get about $10,000 of down payment assistance in Minnesota market, but many other states don't have the money to offer down payment assistance. Sometimes for low income people, some of the counties have programs, but they will tell you to take that down payment, you have to work with Chase. You have to work with Bank of America, because it is subsidized by Chase, it is subsidized by Bank of America, because when these banks get fined, when they do something wrong, they get fined, they have to put aside 30 million, 50 million towards that fund. So they say, that 50 million will be given in the form of down payment assistance to the people, but they have to work with us. So there are rules like that. So, but unfortunately, our company in California, besides that down payment assistance I told you, federal, it's up to $2,500, I think it is. It is something that we can do, but you have to qualify for it. It's not for everybody to get it. Sisters, if you guys have a question, please come towards the back and raise your hand, because I cannot see from here. So, but I'll take questions as we go forward, inshallah. So. So brother's excellent question, brother's asking in the front row. He's asking, what about the property I'm looking to buy? Whose decision is that? How do we do it? So brother, what we do is, before even you go look to buy a property, you have to first talk to us. We will look at your income, credit, down payment, we'll give you a letter, how much you're qualified to buy. So based on your situation, maybe yours, your spouse, adult children, it can be family income, or if somebody's co-signing for you, that's fine as well. Once we know, we can then give you a letter saying you are now qualified to go buy a property for $500,000, for example. Once you have that letter, you can meet with a realtor or yourself and go look for a property. Once you find the property, then we start engaging. But the property decision is yours. We have no say in that. We just give you an approval letter of how much home you can buy. No, we do not say that. Property value goes up, it's your property. We are not sharing in the appreciation. So only you can come and tell us when you want to sell. Because our term is 10 years, we do the term with you upfront, 10 year, 15 year, 20 year, 30 year. So we can do a 30 year, but let's say 5 years later you want to sell the property. You can come and tell us that I want to sell the property, we want to move on. We cannot come to you in 5 years and say, oh, property value went up, because we are not sharing in the appreciation. We only make money on the rent portion. So when you want to sell the property, you sell the property and you only give us back what the leftover balance is, and no future rent is owed on that property. Yes, brother. Correct. So brother's question is another good question. He's asking about, on the selection of a property, do you provide any feedback? Do you provide any resources? Because there might be risk to you as well. We don't, brother. We don't do that, because at the end of the day, we are trusting your judgment in terms of finding the property, because we're hoping you find a property that's good for you, good school district, good this, good that. So we do not have any input. The only thing we will do, once you find the property, we order an appraisal. It's an independent party. The appraiser goes and he does a property value appraisal to see if you are paying $500,000 for the property, is it worth $500,000? Because we don't want this to be for example, not you, but somebody and a friend can make a deal. The home property is 500, but it might only be worth $300,000. So we cannot get into a deal like that. So once you have the purchase contract, before we go any forward, we will say, just wait, let us, the process is going on. You're sending us your paperwork. In the meantime, in the process, we will order the appraisal. The appraisal person will go to the property. He will do an analysis of all the homes selling in the area. He'll come back and say, okay, this brother is buying the home for $500,000, but this property is worth 510. Anything above 500 is good. But if the appraisal comes and says the property value is 490, then we will tell you, okay, you should go back to the seller, show them the appraisal report and say, here's the appraisal. Property is actually only worth 490. Bring it value down to 490. Now, the seller might agree, disagree. He might say, no, my kitchen is new, that other kitchen was old, blah, 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 blah. Then you have to deal that with the seller and figure out how to work that out, whether you meet halfway or whatever. But we will not go above the appraisal value. That's how it will work, inshallah. Okay, before I come back to the same person, second question, anybody new? Because I like asking new people first and I go back. Okay, go ahead, brother. Can I give you the mic over here so everybody can hear while you answer? So that way, inshallah, everybody can benefit from your wisdom.
Inshallah. So this question, it should be answered or helped by the local agent. Because the local agent, he knows the area, he knows the whole thing, and he can give you the right advice. Is this property is good? Is the price good? Because as you know, the local market is very hard to decide. Actually, from one street to another, from one block to another, the whole thing changes. Example for Hawthorne, okay, anything east of Prairie is different, maybe up to $100,000 difference just across the street, west of Prairie. And from Englewood East, Englewood West, also there is like 50, 60, 70, 200,000 difference in the prices. So that has to be, addressed by the local agent because they can help you to decide which area, what is the good price, and they can negotiate on your behalf. Also, my question to you, do you advise people to buy single family versus duplex, triplex, and fourplex?
You heard the question. Brother's question is, do we advise anybody whether they should buy a single family home or a duplex or a 3 or 4 unit property? We don't, brother, because it's everybody's own individual situation. Markets are very different. For example, in the New York market that we serve, in the boroughs, very big community of Muslims, but they cannot buy $1 million, $1.2 million. Small homes are very expensive. They cannot afford to buy. So what a lot of the community over there does, they typically buy a 2 unit, 3 or 4, they live in one, they rent the other ones out to afford that property. For that marketplace, that works over there. You guys, yeah. So LA market, I'm not very familiar. I'm from Chicago. But in Chicago market, I would probably say almost 100% of the homes are single family homes. Most people who buy 2, 3, 4, they're buying it as an investment property. They're buying it purely to rent it out, not to live and share in the building. So, but mostly in the Midwest, Illinois, Indiana, Texas, people are buying a single unit to live in. Now, in markets where it's become very expensive for people to buy 1 unit, they typically will buy a 2 unit or a 3 unit, and then they will. So that market is very individual, based on individual, but we don't have any advice on that. Whatever is comfortable, easy for you, inshallah. That's how it works.
Actually, it helps because, as you said, the prices are so high.
Yeah.
Nobody can afford right now.
Right. And everybody's situation, like I said, it's very different. Some people want to do that. They want to have some people pay rent towards their house so they can own it. But some people prefer to have a single family home because they don't want anybody else, around them. But again, it's a very individual decision that we don't advise on that. It's upon your qualification and you do what you have to do. So one thing I do want to mention to you before you leave, 2 things. One, please take before you take the picture of the card, or take Khalid's card, inshallah, over there, and they can help you. But we are raising money for this program right now, the auto financing program we just launched. 5,000 is the minimum. I'm just going to talk about a couple of main points on this. This is not the money you will take out of the stock market, give it to us. This is not that money, because that money has a long-term goal. This is the money, maybe if you have 10, 15,000 sitting in a bank account, not earning any interest or whatever, please take it here. Getting interest, you don't want that. You can invest with us. We are using, it is FDIC insured, so meaning UIF is a private company, but we are owned by University Bank. So money is over there because banks can keep money, we cannot hold money. But the money is insured through FDIC, so you have no risk from that perspective. But the returns are about 4% right now. But we can use that money to invest in auto financing for our community members. There's a big need in the community for auto financing right now, and we can give back. Projected right now is about 4% plus, but that returns can go up and down depending on when new contracts come in. But please consider putting maybe 5,000, 10,000 cash and getting about 4% back. You're helping the community as well, inshallah. And it's a great way for us to help expand Islamic financing. So I just want to mention that about the deposit program that we have, inshallah. Also tomorrow night, just to be clear, sorry, not tomorrow, Monday night, I'm doing a presentation through a webinar countrywide, nationwide, from Chicago, I'll be back in Chicago, on this particular program, this profit sharing program that we have. We'll be doing a webinar, so if you know anybody who wants to attend the webinar, they can sit in their home, get on a computer. So all you have to do is go on our website and you can log on to that webinar, inshallah, for that program is only going to be about the investment opportunity with us, which is the profit sharing account. Yes, brother, I'll take your question, come back, yeah. Webinar will be tomorrow at 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Chicago, 5:30 p.m. California time. 5:30 Monday night, 5:30 p.m. California time. We will be doing a presentation. I'll be doing it along with Abdurrahman Nashnoosh, is our brother who runs the profit sharing program, time deposit program. So him and I will be doing that. We'll be going over the details. So all you need to do, again, when you snap Amina's information, the website is there. Or if you take Khalid's card, the website is on there. Just go register for the webinar. You can get more details on it. I'm not going to take too much time about that. I'm here for the home financing and stuff, but I wanted to at least talk about that right now. Yes, brother, your question.
Percent, 4% I'm giving it to you. You have to share the profit, and the profit can be negative or the positive. My question is actually here that you are talking about always the positive. Like as for example, the market goes down. What's happened in 2008 might happen right now. And at that point, I bought a house. Appraisal is 500,000. After a few years, the appraisal is 300,000. You are sharing the profit. Are you sharing the negative profit?
Okay. I think you came at the end. I covered some of the. I think you just came recently, so you missed the part in the beginning when I covered the basic nuts and bolts about the program. So I'm going to cover it again one more time in the interest that you are caught up on that, because I did that in detail. So here, let me cover that for you again. From a Sharia perspective, I said you cannot buy and sell money or loan money and make interest on that. So the programs that are available to you from a Sharia perspective, and I've spent 20 years in this industry, basically work with scholars and so forth. Because we cannot lend money and make money, there are 4 ways of Islamic contracts you can structure that are Sharia approved and worldwide recognized. One is the partnership model, where we are agreeing to buy an asset together. Asset can be a house, can be a car. If you're a farmer, the asset can be a tractor. If you're using the tractor on your farm, we're not taking benefit of the farm. We are just coming to help you buy the tractor, and you are agreeing to pay us a fixed price to use the tractor, but we are not going to tell you, okay, whatever the farm earnings are, give us that earnings. That's not the idea here. We are financing the tractor for you. So there are 2 different types of partnership models. One is the one where it's the asset financing. Asset can be a house, can be a car, can be a tractor, whatever. Other is a business financing. In a business financing transaction, when we are investing as partners in a business, we share profits and losses. So if you and I are not buying an asset, but we are buying a gas station together, or we are buying a building together, the rent coming in, we are sharing profits and losses or whatever it is, right? But if it is a house where you are buying a house with us, only your family will be using the house. We are not using the house. So our income is made, it's a rent to own model. So you are paying us rent to use our share in the property and you are buying us out. So with that contract, the partnership contract about asset, both parties have responsibilities. And we are agreeing to terms and conditions upfront. So what are the terms? Our profit is the rent portion we're going to make over the next 10, 20, 30 years. Your profit will be the appreciation on the property. If the home goes from $100,000 to $1 million, we're not sharing in the appreciation with you, right? But if there is a loss, I explained before you came, the way the loss works is like this. If you cannot make payments, home value will be going up and down over 30 years. We don't care. But if you cannot make a payment, we give you up to a year to get back on your feet, whether you if you're sick or you lose a job, whatever. If you still cannot do that, we will say, okay, after 1 year, sell the property. You take your share, we will take our share. If we bought a house for $100,000 and the home value has gone down to $50,000, but our share from $90,000 investment is down to $80,000, what we will do is, if you still cannot make payment, we'll say sell the house for 50 or we'll take it back for 50. That loss we will take, we will not come after you for that loss. A bank can come after you for that loss. So these loss and terms conditions we are agreeing to upfront. If you like the terms, you sign up. That's how the project works. But it's a very good question you asked. And I'm glad I got opportunity to again clarify that, because then there is another model called the Murabaha model of financing. Murabaha is a cost plus model, meaning you want to buy a car is $10,000. We will buy the car in cash for $10,000. We will add $2,000 profit. We'll sell it to you for $12,000, but you can pay it over 3 years. Cost plus profit. We're making halal by buying and selling a product basically. Ijara is the other model, lease to own. You keep paying monthly lease, car is not yours. At the end of the lease, you can give $1, buy the car, or you can give the car back. So depending on the intention of the contract, the product, what are you doing? You can structure a contract, Islamic contract, in different ways, and based on that, you have different rules and conditions and terms and conditions. Yes, brother. Yeah.
But I like your model and the gain or loss model.
Mm-hmm.
So is that structured? You said in the bylaws or whatever contract you have, is that structured?
Absolutely.
Does it spell out?
Everything is spelled out, because see, the Islamic contracts are much more complicated than people think. It takes millions to create it. Number one, not only do have the first Sharia scholars have to help design the program first, but then you have to take this and you have to go to attorneys who can put it in the legal language to explain to the federal regulators, so you're abiding by the equal housing opportunity laws and this and that and the other, right? Every state has to approve the paperwork also. So it is going through different steps, but everything is laid out. It's a 14-page partnership contract. It's a pretty big contract, and any attorney you take it to, they can decipher it for you and tell you, yeah, this is all spelled out, and I'm telling you the terms up front. So either you agree or you disagree. Some people will tell me, well, brother, why don't you create a contract where you also share in the profits of the house going up or losses? So, brother, you can do that. Nothing wrong with that. But we are competing with the banks also. We have to come up with a program that people feel, okay, they're not sacrificing anything. So doing it like this with the Musharaka partnership, you can do it. You can also do the Mudaraba style financing where you buy a property and we share profits and losses. You can do that also. Nothing wrong with, because just like in America, also between the Musharaka, the Murabaha, the Ijara or the Mudaraba, you gotta choose one of the contracts. All contracts will have these things in common. One, product. What is the product you're buying and selling? Without a product, Islamically, there is no product, because you have to have a product to buy and sell. Banks are buying and selling money, it's haram. You cannot buy and sell money, haram. But all four contracts, first the product. Second, Islamically, it has to be a very transparent contract. Both parties have to know very clearly what the terms and conditions are. Third, Garar, you cannot have any gambling element to it. You cannot say in 2 months the thing can go up or down or this or that. You cannot have that element, because Garar is another concept of Islamic financing. So these are all the elements of Islamic financing. You have to check. Rent, brother asked, were you quoting it in percentage rate, 4%, 3%? No, we can quote in dollars. We can quote our rent in, over 10 years you'll pay us $29,347.36. He's going to say, well, what does that mean in terms of percentage? How do I compare that to a bank? Oh, that's 4%. Oh, so that's what the bank interest will be 4%, ours is 4%. Dollars are dollars. Quoting something in percentage doesn't make them haram or halal. It's just a mathematical term. So you understand the paperwork by federal law, we have to specify what profit are you going to make. We have to put down 4%. At the end of the year, by law, federal law, we have to give you IRS form 1098. The profit we make through the whole year, we have to report in that interest box. We have no choice. IRS has said, it doesn't matter whether you're Muslim, Christian, Jew, Hindu, whatever, we're not going to change government forms on religious grounds. So in this country, there are certain limitations we have. Some of the paperwork we have to use, just like we all have to use the same IRS tax form. You cannot go create your own 1040 form. Oh, I'm Muslim, I don't want to do that. You apply for a credit card. All people apply for the credit card, it'll say, if you do not pay by a certain time, you have to pay interest, this, that, and the other. Everybody has to do that. So certain things we have to go along with what is available and work with the best we have. Yes, brother. Yeah, absolutely.
Muslim cannot breach those, and then will be very painful. Allah doesn't want.
Not just that, brother, we tried. We actually went to the federal authorities because we wanted to change a couple of forms, that IRS form 1098, some of the disclosure forms. We did not want to use the word interest on any of the forms we're doing. IRS gave a ruling on that we don't care if you want to do a partnership or you do the murabaha, the ijara, the lease, but you cannot change federal forms. End of story. They said either you use federal forms or you cannot do business. So the scholars who approved the program, they said, as long as, number one, the paperwork is structured in a partnership structure, the intention is to do halal over here, which is very, very important. Signing some government forms doesn't make the program haram because you're signing a government IRS form or whatever. Sister, you have a question? I'm sorry, you raised your hand. I missed you earlier. Please ask your question. Yeah. Why does every question have to work in the end with, why is that halal? Why can't we just ask the question and say, thank you for the answer, brother. I'll appreciate the answer over there. But nonetheless, this is probably my 1,479th and a half seminar I've done in my life, basically. So, with that said, I've heard every question possible, and I've presented at universities and other places. So, let me answer your first question first. The profit rate is set at the time you're buying the house. And then it's fixed after that. For the 10-year term, 20-year term, 30-year. We also have, in the between when the rate suddenly went up, we also have a program which is called adjustable profit, where we do it for the first 5 years. The profit will be fixed. After that, whatever the rate is going to be at that time, we'll have to calculate a new rent portion. But you know that upfront how we're going to do that. But generally, most of the time, when you do the initial transaction, let's say you're buying a house today. If today the market rate is 6%, for example, I don't work in sales directly, I manage the company because I have other things, but whatever the rate is today, your payment will be fixed on that rate for the next 30 years or 10 years. Payment's not going to change. But if your sister is buying the home next year, I can't give her the same rate today. That rate can be up or down depending on the market conditions, whether inflation is down, what the so the rates are fixed based on the current situation. A year and a half ago, our 30-year program was about 3.5%, 4%. Now it's over 6% because with inflation and stuff, market rates have gone up. So we have to balance the investors who are investing money with us and what we can have our customers accept the money. But once you are fixed in the program, it will be fixed from that point. And that is halal. I answered that question. Let me repeat the answer again for that question. Maybe you missed it. When we are setting the market rent at that time, we're looking to see what the market conditions are right now. So we are coming to you and saying, okay, based on today, if Chase, Bank of America, they're about 6%, then our payment rent portion will also be 6%. Because at the end of the day, the investors, for example, Freddie Mac, Fannie Mae, I told you, if they are buying our contracts, they will tell us, we will be buying these contracts for about 6%, for example. So we have to be following what the investors are willing to accept in return. So our prices are going to be competitive with the industry, but we set the pricing. We tell you what it's not negotiating necessarily. It's about whatever our pricing is that day. We tell you. And then if you make 5 other calls, you will find out where we're going to be competitive. So whether you go to conventional, go for haram financing or come to us, your payment will be about the same. But what, you're avoiding riba with us? Avoiding riba with us is with riba. Yes, brother. Is that considered a fair market rate? Do you mean by the fair rental market rate or the rate which that would be fair with compatible with the market? Yes, yes. Yeah, I wanted to clarify because I told people rents are different. California is different, Texas is different, Illinois is different. So we don't care about rental values. What we are concerned about is if a customer tomorrow calls us and then he goes to a bank, is the pricing going to be fair? That's what I'm trying to go after, inshallah. Huh?
One payment is the rent is the payment.
Yeah, monthly payment is 2 portions. One is the acquisition where you're buying us out, other is the profit portion, because you're also buying us out every month, right? So it's half and half, yeah. Your payment, monthly payment is 2 portions. Acquisition where you're buying our share out and a rent portion for our profit, basically. Somebody, yes, brother. Okay. Yes. Okay.
I have my own portion saying about 60%, $60,000.
Okay.
So I want you to finance $40,000.
Okay. Okay.
What category I would fall into? Number one, not determining interest rate ahead of our agreement. So it has to be based on profit and loss, right? In this case, well, we have to consider the fact that this is the house I'm buying for thinking. How would you finance that $40,000?
Just like we finance everybody else, brother's question, we have only one model of financing. Basically, we don't care if you're putting 5% down or 10% down or 40% down or 60% down. Whatever our share is, we will figure out how much profit we want to make on that share and we'll sell it back to you.
What would be the determining factor for
Determining factor for that will be your credit score, your income, and obviously 20% down will give you the best pricing. So anything above 20, if you're putting 60, that's better than 620. So you'll get the best rate. But we look for 3 things to qualify people, and this is how the rate is structured. It is based on your income, which is more compared to how much other debts you have. So we call it DTI. So it's a DTI ratio we look at. We look at your credit. If you have 740 plus credit, you get the best pricing. Anything below, it depends. And then down payment. If you put 20% or more, you get the best pricing. So we look at those factors to come up with a rent factor percentage that we will let you know what that is.
another thing you said, say we buy a car $10,000. You said, okay, we're going to put $2,000 profit on it. We're going to sell it $12,000, right? How do you determine that $2,000 profit based on that?
So the brother's question again is about, I give an example about the Murabaha model of financing, which is cost plus profit model. His question now is, I give the example, you want to do Murabaha, we buy the car for 10,000, we add 2,000, sell it. Brother, 2,000 is not like a fixed figure. I'm using it as an example. It just depends on the market conditions and this and the other. Apple sells a phone with a 60% markup. How Apple came up with a 60% profit markup on the iPhone? You can ask them, they're not going to tell you that. Why are they charging 60% markup on the $400 phone? They're charging $1,000 to sell it to you. You buy it or you don't buy it. Whatever. You don't go to a car dealer and say, this car cost you 6,000 invoice. Why are you selling it for 6,500 or 7,000 or 7,500 or 8,000? Profit is something that every company, every unit will determine themselves. Most companies will base their price on the cost factor plus what the competitors are charging. And in Apple's case, it might be a premium because they think their product is a premium product. I will charge more. So this particular case, how we determine profit, whether it's for house or for car or for whatever, we are looking to see what our investors want from that investment, what our cost is to run the business, and third, what is the market charging. So we are competitive. So it's just something that we have to come up with, inshallah.
So, in the profit model, like as we think like we are in an agreement, like we want to buy a house and we want to do profit like $100,000, $50,000. Now, after 10 years, just for example, $50,000, and after 5 years, I completed like the full payment. At that point, like because you are doing it like a month to
Brother, I wish I would have called you and told you to come on time, because you would have saved me so much time answering these questions. Brother Khalid, can you please get this brother's number? Next time we do a seminar, can you text him at Fajr time so he's here by Zohar time, so I don't have to repeat every answer like 2 times for this brother basically. It's like I'm doing a customized seminar for him. Everybody move out of the way here. Brother in the St. Patrick's Day green shirt, inshallah, we're going to do a one-on-one seminar for him, inshallah, afterwards. Okay, so the answer to your question again, brother, let me repeat. I'm burning calories and I'm getting thinner by the minute over here trying to do the seminar here. But anyways, so with our program, brother, there is no prepayment penalty. You only pay profit until the day you live in the house. If you are paying extra every month, or you pay extra lump sum at any time, it lowers the acquisition balance. So let's say we started a $100,000 house, you put $10,000, we put $90,000. Let's say 2 months later, you got $20,000, you put $20,000 more. Immediately from 90 now, you've dropped down to 70,000. So now the rent automatically calculates on the $70,000. And if you keep paying more money, you keep paying it down sooner. So rather than a 10-year, you might pay it off in 7 years or 6 years or 5 years. So profit automatically calculates on the leftover amount basically. And if you do a 10-year deal but you want to sell in 5 years, you keep making monthly payment 5 years, you only pay profit for 5 years. We will not charge you for future profit. Okay? That's as simple as that. Minimum down payment, brother is asking, good question. Brother, we can go down to 3%, but that 3% down payment program, you have to qualify for. It's for low income. If you qualify based on the county, median income, etc. Everywhere it's different. Every county is different, so I don't want to quote you. I believe it's a, it's a first, there's some rules and conditions. So you can do a 3% down program. There's some conditions with that. First time, you have to be below county median income, etc. And Khalid can explain, you can take his card as well. So that's a 3%. But most of the time, people can qualify with a 5% down minimum payment. Then you don't have to worry about these other guidelines. 5% down, you're good to go. At 20% down, you get the best pricing because it's a less risk for us. Just like if you have 740 plus credit score, you get the best pricing. So the business of financing is all risk management about who is a better risk for us, you or you, right? So we are setting pricing based on those particular factors, inshallah. One last question. I'm going to stop right here. I have to start heading towards Santa Clarita. Brothers and sisters, I appreciate your time. I have another seminar tonight, inshallah. So, and then Khalid is going to be here for a little bit longer if you want to ask any more questions. Before you go, please take a card. Okay, inshallah. So before I go, 1 minute to brother over here.
Assalamu alaikum. Yeah, I'm a real estate agent, so anybody help, inshallah.
Yeah. I would have given you a good introduction.
No. Okay, for your question, I don't advise anybody to take really the 3% and 5% because your payment gonna be much higher. And plus the government mandatory to buy a mortgage insurance. And this mortgage insurance, it will, like sometime it's up to 1% or more or.
We have a different way of doing it, but it
Yeah.
can be like that.
Yeah, so actually it costs you a lot. So it is better for you to work really hard and reach the 20%. So I advise everybody before you come to IIF or any other lenders, UIF. So go and check your credit. They are, the best one is Experian. It is free. You can check your credit and and work on it until you improve it. There are ways which you can improve your credit and that will help you to be qualified and get much lower rate and they take less profit, which is good. So secondly, make sure your I wouldn't say the income. Okay, work on your income. Instead of filing $30,000 and you want to buy a house for $800,000, forget it, don't even try. Okay, so you have to know what percentage of your income you will be qualified, and he should answer this question.
No, that's a great point. We get this all the time. Khalid will say that to you. Brother, we make $200,000 between my wife and I, but we only show $20,000 in income on taxes. The problem is when you show less money on taxes, we can only use the money you show on taxes. We cannot take your word for it that you make $200,000. We believe you. That's great. You make good money, alhamdulillah. Between the self-employment income you do, but the challenge becomes qualification. So what Brother Adnan said is very, Adnan, right, brother? But the Adnan, very valid point he made. Very important things. It doesn't. If you can, I'm agreeing with him also on this PMI. If you, the less money you put down, the PMI fee is more. If you cannot put 5, put 10 down. If you cannot put 10, put 15 down. Everything will help lower the PMI fee. At 20% down, there is no PMI, which is beneficial to you. So I agree with that. So save the money. Also, one of the biggest problems we have with the community is, with our community, suddenly cash comes into the account like a month before the closing. Oh, I gave my brother 50,000, he gave me back. Did you have a check? No, you know how it is in the community, we do it like this. I have given money to my brother, I've never given him cash, $100 bills. $50,000 worth. Never happened in my life. I don't know. But suddenly people find money coming in. Then they tell me, well, you know how it is, right? We have the lottery, a chitti, you know how we all put money towards this one fund, then we get the fund. I'm like, brother, I know all of that, but I cannot explain that to the government. How do you do? Cash is, we cannot document cash. So if you bring cash in, bring the money 90 days before. So when we ask you to give us last 2-month bank statement, we don't want to see cash in the account in the 3rd month before. Okay, so when you talk to our representative, we will hold your hand beforehand. We will tell you what to watch out for, what to do, what not to do. That way we want to make sure when the time comes to buy your house, it's a smooth journey. Because if you surprise us last minute, then closings will get delayed. Suddenly we find out, this happened recently. Brother's telling he's putting money coming, his money. Last minute cash comes in, he's like, oh, it's my brother, it's my money, but my brother gave it to me, blah, blah, blah. No tracing, cannot figure out, all cash coming into the account. Now we cannot use our cash. Federal law says cash cannot be documented, cannot be, is it drug money? Is it what money? We don't know that. So, income. Before buying a house, a year before, if you're self-employed, show income, otherwise be prepared to have a co-signer or somebody. But again, like I said, Sister Amina or Brother Khalid can assist you, inshallah. They're one of them, so please take his card or take a picture of Amina's card, reach out, and they can help you, inshallah. With that said, I want to end over here. Jazakallah khair. Thank you so much, everybody. Brother, one last question. That's going to cost you at least $10, brother, for that question. Because now this is by overtime now. Company is not paying me for the extra time over here, inshallah.
So basically, like each month we upload it. Let's say you want the page stable. Like you said, okay, this doesn't work out for now. Maybe I have to wait for 6 months or something. So how does that affect my page stable back?
So great question. Brother's question is, let's say I'm about to buy a house and you've done the paperwork, you ran my credit, but something happens. Either the deal falls apart or you change your mind. But the credit score does not go down on if you have one credit inquiry, from my experience. They don't tell you exactly what, but from my experiences, if at the same time within 3 months, you apply for a car loan, a credit card, a house financing, different credit lines, then you will lose credit points because the system is looking at it as if you are applying for different credits all at one time. But even if you apply for home financing with even 2 or 3 different lenders, for example, it doesn't impact it from my experience because they know that you're shopping for a house basically. So systems are very sophisticated these days, so it will not impact it. But like I said, I've seen it where people have, worst thing for credit, a late payment hits your account. I have seen deals explode. My own personal deal, when I was in production, everything is ready, we're about to go to the closing in 2 days. They do a check again because to make sure you did not buy something in the last 30 days or you did not do, you get another. Pulled up, the credit score fell from 650 down to 580 and our minimum is 620 credit score. What happened? He did not pay Chase credit card. They put a late payment on his credit score dropped 50 points. Now he's out of. Yeah, now we cannot do the deal because his credit score dropped. And I told him, he's like, oh, but that has nothing to do, why, but you're Islamic, why do you care what I did to Chase? I'm like, brother, it's nothing to do with Islamic or not Islamic. It is, credit score has gone down. We have certain minimum cutoffs basically. I cannot just change the rules. Anyways, I will be here to handhold you all. I came here from Chicago to answer the questions, to educate the community, inshallah. But the people in our company are the best. Wallahi, if you go check out our Google reviews, 8 years in a row, UIF has been ranked #1 in the world. Last 2 #1 in the world, last 6 in the US. So in 8 years, first 6, when they were doing a survey, Islamic Finance News magazine out of Middle East, UIF has ranked last 2 years #1 in the world as the best Islamic real estate financing company. I was in Dubai last year to receive the award. We try very hard to handhold, to do the best we can for you. Yes, we make mistakes. Yes, we have complaints. We learn, we move on. We're not above anything, but we always want to do the best. We are always there for you. Give us a chance, tell people about UIF, inshallah, spread the word, because we need to grow this community and grow our own finances, inshallah. Jazakallah khair. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. I'm leaving Amina's information up here for a few more minutes. If anybody wants to come and take a picture over here, inshallah.
Jazakallah khair, brother. Thank you very much. Oh, no problem.
We should have given you a quick introduction before but I appreciate you coming.
Yeah, no problem.
The property tax will be إلا الله.
استووا اعتدلوا. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Thank you very much, sir. My favorite fruit. This and the grapes.
Most Muslim and Arab they eat Ramadan.
Uh-huh.
I eat it all year.
I eat all year. All year I eat.
All year in the morning. I have to start with the 3 dates with it like Turkish stuff.
Yeah, I have all the time I have.
But most Muslims they just they eat the Ramadan.
No, it's very healthy. It's very good for the intestines. It have 100 good things.
Tell me, before the Arab and the Saudi Arabia and the desert, before the desert, I did all the things that I did. I stay all year, never go there.
Yeah, you can conserve it, can keep long. And you hide this, and after Ramadan I will paint all this. And forever. If you turn like this, in a couple of minutes. Now I have the paint. bring it there, go to, because here, almost like the snow on the bottom. Yeah. I bring there, I left it there, came home by, well, it is there. Yeah, that's what I have to do. Yeah. I'm off.
तो अभी मैं कभी कभी उधर वहाँ से वतन में वो पूरी तरीके सामने गली की कभी निकलो उधर नमाज पढ़ो उधर से जाके नमाज पढ़ के वापस फिर नहीं कभी कभी बस जो भी जब भी मौका मिल जाए कभी इधर आ जाए इधर गाड़ी में आ जाए उधर वॉक कर सकते हैं हाँ नहीं वॉक ये लंबन मैं सुबह यहाँ तक आता हूँ वहाँ ये गंडों का वो स्पीड जैसे गंडों से वापस जाता हूँ हम लोग फजर में कर रहे हैं आज ही रोजाना लग रहे हैं बड़ी चेंज हो रही है यहाँ से आप गुरुवार से आते थे 128 so all the way to all the way out to Sunday फिर वापस आते फिर 128 हाँ वो फिर जाए तो फिर 45 और आज तक टाइम फायदा लगेगा और हाँ आज तो कुछ बेकार है ना बहुत करना तो तेज आपको पसीना है तो आजकल जो है तकरीबन डेली हो गया आज मैं किसी को कभी जाता हूँ कभी तो 11-12 दिन मेरा ज़्यादा काम वो होता है वो तो अभी जल्दी में यहाँ तक जाओ अभी वो कभी कहते हैं कि बड़ा रहता है एकदम से कॉल आ जाते हैं फैमिली का वाक्य हो गया वो फोन नहीं अभी तो रेगुलर स्टार्ट ट्रेनिंग लेने का 7-8 महीने और भी सब इलेक्ट्रिक बाहर ये रोड के ये लोग एयरपोर्ट में सिर्फ मेरा सिर्फ एयरपोर्ट के लिए बोट के लिए लेकिन नो बोट मेरे बेटे सब मुझे बताया क्योंकि बोट से लोग आए सब स्टेबल है वो भी तो सवाल वो सब करते एक घंटा आपको दिखाया वो सवाल ऐसे ऐसे सवाल आपका फूड गायब कर फिर एक दिन जहाँ हम लेके गए बाहर इलाके में दुकान में पूछा था पुलिस वाले ने सफेद कपड़ों में ऐसे सब लेकिन वो जानते थे उनके ध्यान बंदे ने मुझे कहा वो मेरा जो खाना हुआ है कभी तो वो आके मेरे घर पे तो ये समझ तेरा तो वो क्यों गया वो अच्छा इसीलिए और जोहर में था वो इस्लामिक किस तरह आपको घर लेना है
When we were talking outside, it was a detailed issue that if you hear like a little bit of it, it'd be like when the Quran says, وَلَا تَقْرَبُوا الصَّلَاةَ and you stop. Do not come near the prayer and you stop. وَأَنْتُمْ سُكَارَى when you're drunk. So you heard a little bit of it. And so you don't know what I'm talking about. No, without going to specifics, it has to do with people have opinions about how something should run. Okay? And then some people say, oh, why all the brothers who drive a taxi, I'm just giving an example, are Jordanians. Okay? As an example. It was a different issue. Okay, no problem. Okay, I'm Jordanian. I'm going to call a few brothers from Lebanon, Palestine, Pakistan. They'll come and we drive taxi together, brothers. You're interested, I teach you taxi. So because I know, I need to take initiative and invite different people to come and learn to drive. So that's what I said. Good. But if you're jealous of me, man, I'm making good money. What is this? This is called Karish. Karish. Rice, Karish. I don't know. I don't know. I'm very good. Alhamdulillah. Allah is the Nasir. Oh. Alhamdulillah. الذي تحمل إلا من مدة قضى محمد ثم الصلاة والسلام على نبي الخلق أحمد. Translation. Alhamdulillah, الذي تحمل, the one who praised himself. كلم موسى, spoke to Musa, واصطفى محمد, and chose Muhammad صلى الله عليه وسلم. ثم الصلاة والسلام والتسبيح, and all prayers and good prayers are gifted to إلى نبي الخلق, the prophet of all of creation, Muhammad. That's Subhanallah. Why shouldn't I give a khatar with Sheikh Hamdi's here? Even when he's here, I can give a khatar.
You might make your Sheikh happy.
Listen, if you want me to give khatira, number one, I want you all to pray for me, so Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to bless me, to guide me, to give me the best there is in this life and the next, and you too, of course. Jazakumullah khair. Thank you for feeling the blessings of the prayer. However, here is a point of view. Sheikh Hamdi gives khatara, good. Then he needs to look around and to see different participants who can give khatara. And he has observations of different people. Not he's the only one who gives khatara. Why? He's enough. We're bored of this khatara. Just do give
You
khatara.
think he likes? We wish you could invite somebody to.
He never invited me to give khatara. Wallahi, my understanding ولا تزكوا أنفسكم هو أعلم بمن اتقى.
If you think he likes to get khatara,
And I said, do not. Yeah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said, ولا تزكوا أنفسكم هو أعلم بمن اتقى. So, اتقى نعم. The extent.
Just offer your services. If
Oh.
they need you, they're asking.
.com. Ask. I'm not gonna ask.
No, I said if they need you, they're asking. Say you just offer your services.
Number one, my opinion is that assume, I'm just going to give you a practical example. I like to use the taxi driver example. Somebody qualified to drive a taxi and he needs a job. Okay? Offer him a job to drive a taxi with you. Help. Help him, But if you just say, oh, I know he needs a job and you never offer that, either two things. Either you're not paying attention to what's surrounding you or you're selfish. You understand me? So it's normal for a person like me, I can speak of myself, that I've gone through so many experiments and experiences in life in which people around me needed my help. And I really ignored them, not because I ignored them, because I didn't know they needed the help. I'm focused on whatever I'm focused on. So maybe they need to speak to me. You're right. Maybe I need to let them know. But also others observant need to let them know, let the people know. So sometimes when it comes to leadership, sometimes leadership it takes a person to be a spokesman or to speak up, and sometimes they have to be يعني بيسموه رشحوا. فاهم كيف؟ بالعربي بتحكي عربي صح؟ لازم يرشحوا لهذا الأمر. كيف؟ And they have to be invited for that. So I have a master's degree, like I was telling brother, we know each other for 35 years, probably doesn't know. So there was an NCRP, Negotiation, Conflict Resolution, Peace Building, otherwise known as arbitration, mediation, and diplomacy, alternative dispute resolution. In addition to that, I'm a law student dropout, and I have a bachelor's in accounting and bachelor's in management. I opened more than 15 companies and worked with over 50 companies over my lifetime. So I speak too much. Once I start, you don't know how to shut me up.
You're gifted, right?
Huh?
Alhamdulillah, you're gifted.
He's gifted. But I know him since he was in driving the taxi.
Yeah, I need mentorship. Can you mentor me? I don't know how to talk.
On Saturdays, after Maghrib or on Maghrib, I started with a couple of brothers or 4 brothers to teach leadership here. And then they were young, 18 years and around 18 years, and they started splitting, even though I think they were very happy. They gave me very good feedback. So I wish we can start again teaching leadership, once a week, inshallah. And also we can also do it on Zoom. So we can do it here, and if you want to.
Better in person. Forget Zoom.
Huh?
Forget Zoom.
No, I don't. With all due respect, I cannot forget Zoom for one reason only, because I have the knowledge, and sometimes I don't have the time.
Right, I understand.
And also, when I started teaching them, they split. They disappointed me.
They split the media. They left. It's not.
And I started calling them for 2 or 3 weeks. Guys, let's go Zoom. Let's do this. They didn't want to respond. Like this.
But 18, they don't know. I'm 40. And it's
So that's why it's good to have people like money بيروت ولا بيروت؟ لبنان عندكم بالنسبه للاخوان السلفيين بدهم هالقد تعليم في الليدرشيب، لانه للاسف الشديد المسيحيين والمارونيين والشيعة دمروا الليدرشيب تبعت اهل السنه في لبنان، بدهم شغل كثير وممكن خلال 10 سنين 20 سنه ما في شيء بيجي سهل.
السلام ورحمة الله.
ترجع الامور بيد اهل السنه ان شاء الله في لبنان، بس بدها شغل شغل.
اهل السنه بسيطين.
ما بصير بسيطين، بدهم يكونوا قاعدة. إن لم تكن ذئبا أكلتك الذئب. لازم تطلق السلام عليكم. ما بصير بسيط، بدك تنمي فكر. أطفال يطلعوا من بطن أمهم ويبدوا يصيروا ينولدوا أشبال ويصيروا أسود. وإلا ما بصير غير هيك. ما بصير. واحد زي الحجاج الله يرضى عليه كيف غير الأمة من متفتتة بين 16 قبيلة ودولة إلى دولة واحدة. جابت المسلمين من تركمانستان، الأتراك دخلتهم الإسلام، والهنود والباكستانيين دخلتهم الإسلام إلى شمال أفريقيا والدولة الأموية إلى الأندلس.
الواحد يتعلم من التاريخ.
نعم.
يتعلم الواحد من التاريخ.
التاريخ أصعب شيء فيه إنك مش. السلام عليكم، هذا أخي مجدي. أصعب شيء في التاريخ إنك تقرأه من غير ما تتعلم منه. سلام. يعني اليوم قلت أخوي أسامة عن قصة معينة عن قتل سيدنا علي بن أبي طالب، وكيف إنه الخوارج قتلوه. كل كتب السيرة وكذا بتقول إيش معاهم ملوش دخل، والدليل على ذلك زي ما شرحت له إنه قال أولاده أخفوا قبره. ليش؟ لأنه كانوا خايفين إنه الخوارج ينبشوا قبله. خايفين من الخوارج ينبشوا قبره معناته مين قتلوا؟ الخوارج. تحصيل حاصل. بس تزور التاريخ خلوه معاوية قتلوه.
الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر الله أكبر. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. حي على الصلاة. حي على الصلاة. حي على الفلاح. حي على الفلاح. الله أكبر الله أكبر. لا إله إلا الله. الله أكبر الله أكبر أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله حي على الصلاة حي على الفلاح قد قامت الصلاة قد قامت الصلاة الله أكبر الله أكبر لا إله إلا الله
لا إله إلا الله صلى الله عليه وسلم. استووا واعتدلوا أقبلوا على الله بقلب خاشع وصلوا صلاة مودع تقاربوا. الله أكبر. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. ألم تر إلى الذي حاج إبراهيم في ربه أن آتاه الله الملك إذ قال إبراهيم ربي الذي يحيي ويميت قال أنا أحيي وأميت قال إبراهيم فإن الله يأتي بالشمس من المشرق فأت بها من المغرب فبهت الذي كفر والله لا يهدي القوم الظالمين. أو كالذي مر على قرية وهي خاوية على عروشها قال أنى يحيي هذه الله بعد موتها فأماته الله 100 عام ثم بعثه قال كم لبثت قال لبثت يوما أو بعض يوم قال بل لبثت 100 عام فانظر إلى طعامك وشرابك لم يتسنه وانظر إلى حمارك ولنجعلك آية للناس وانظر إلى العظام كيف ننشزها ثم نكسوها لحما فلما تبين له قال أعلم أن الله على كل شيء قدير. الله أكبر. سبحان ربي العظيم سبحان ربي العظيم سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين. وإذ قال إبراهيم رب أرني كيف تحيي الموتى قال أولم تؤمن قال بلى ولكن ليطمئن قلبي قال فخذ 4 من الطير فصرهن إليك ثم اجعل على كل جبل منهن جزءا ثم ادعهن يأتينك سعيا واعلم أن الله عزيز حكيم مثل الذين ينفقون أموالهم في سبيل الله كمثل حبة أنبتت 7 سنابل في كل سنبلة 100 حبة والله يضاعف لمن يشاء والله واسع عليم. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. تحيات لله. السلام عليكم وعلى عباد الله الصالحين وحده. الله أكبر. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الرحمن الرحيم غير المغضوب. الله أكبر. سمع الله لمن حمده. الله أكبر. الله أكبر. سامحني. الله أكبر. سبحان الله. الله أكبر. تحيات لله. صلوات عليك أيها النبي ورحمة الله. له لا شريك له. إبراهيم السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. استغفر الله استغفر الله استغفر الله. تباركت وتعاليت يا ذا الجلال. إن شاء الله بإذن الله tomorrow Fajr إن شاء الله we have ختم القرآن إن شاء الله بإذن الله. And Monday إن شاء الله صلاة الفجر will be at 6 o'clock إن شاء الله. صلاة الفجر Monday at 6 o'clock إن شاء الله بإذن الله. What else? The first Tarawih will be إن شاء الله Wednesday night إن شاء الله. The first day of Ramadan Thursday إن شاء الله بإذن الله عز وجل. So إن شاء الله be ready for يعني heavy schedule in Ramadan إن شاء الله. جزاكم الله خير.